Okay, there we go. Buttons are getting hit. I think we can go ahead and start the stream. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I have no idea. Alright, whatever. Let's hit it. Hi! Hello! Hello, Mage! Hello, Standing! Happy Choomsday, my Chooms. I hope everyone had a good weekend, and I hope you're having a good start to the week. Been a good Tuesday. I'm glad to hear it. It's always good to see you guys. So, good news. Bit of good news. We've hit what I might call sort of the first green flag, green light, check mark. I don't know. No more driver crashes since the power supply was replaced. And I don't know. I'm still very anxious about it. I've been sort of stepping very lightly, but I've kind of put it through the paces, right? Done some drawing, been playing games, watching stuff, you know, sort of every instance where it has crashed up to this point. Nothing so far, right? So it's been about a week. So we're not out of the woods yet, right? But it does feel like sort of the usual interval for crashes is about once a week or so. And for some reason, maybe it's just because of the freak out of it happening right before stream, like imprints it on my brain. But I feel like Tuesday is particularly prone to it. So, first marker, come and gone. Hopefully. So, should we knock on one? Yes, please. Go find a tree and hug it. Got done moving a crap ton of boxes for viewing. Nice! Good work. Good work. Getting that done. I hope the viewing goes well. So yes. So that's good. Hopefully it's a sign that things are going well. I've been able to play some Monster Hunter and do some hunts for the spring events. So I've got all of the seasonal armor crafted. It was very pretty. Very pretty. I've been enjoying sort of mixing that with the Mizutsune armor and making some nice like lordly glamour. Thank you guys for the good luck. As far as the mini PC is concerned, it's really annoying because I've got it narrowed down to 2 units. 2 possible units. One made by a company called Geekom and another made by a company called B-Link. And I've never heard of almost any of these companies before I started looking into this, right? It's like, there's Apple. Apple has the Mac Mini, which is sort of the most powerful one, or the most popular one, and possibly the best one. There are times when a cold shower hits different. It's true. So yeah, I've got them. But so yeah, there's Apple, and then Asus makes a couple, Dell makes a couple, right? So there are a couple of brands that are like broader, and then also, you know, sort of step into the mini PC ring. But a lot of the companies here, like Minis Forum, B-Link, Geekom, a few others, I'm just like, who are you? So I'm learning a lot. The 2 that I'm looking at are definitely not, you know, the best ones, but seem to perform very well, very satisfactorily for their price range. The main problem that I'm sort of looking at is both of them operate about the same way, right? In terms of overall performance and everything. They're the same price, but the Geekom, I see complaints about its thermals. The way that the case is laid out doesn't have the best airflow, and so it can overheat and some of the components can thermal throttle themselves. Which is not good. And AMD processors are kind of notorious for running hot. So poor thermals is definitely a concern. It has been a concern with my desktop. I'm sure it'll be a concern with this. The B-Link one has much better thermal results. People seem much happier with that. Just a slightly bigger, better built case. The two downsides, well, so the other downside that the Geekom has is there's not as much internal room for upgrading, right? The B-Link has a second position for an NVMe hard drive, right? So you can increase the storage space and you can upgrade the RAM. The Geekom, you can upgrade the RAM, but there's only room for one hard drive. And strangely enough, it seems like there's a slot for a 2.5-inch SSD, but then they didn't put the cables in for it. So it's just kind of a slot if you want to, like, I don't know, hold an SSD and take it with you. It's like a carrying case. I don't know. So yeah, the Geekom has thermal issues. The B-Link seems to have Wi-Fi issues. The case is partially aluminum, or largely aluminum even, with like one plastic panel, which might possibly act as a bit of a Faraday cage and block the Wi-Fi signal somewhat. So between that and a underwhelming Wi-Fi antenna chip, I see a lot of complaints about its Wi-Fi capability and its Wi-Fi range. Which, you know, when I'm using it at home, I would have it hooked up to the Ethernet, so it's not a big deal. But if I were to take it with me, I would probably want it to be able to connect to the Wi-Fi, and so that does become a point of consideration, right? So it's like, basically it comes down to I have two effectively identical units, maybe a difference in USB port, and one has potentially thermal issues and one potentially has Wi-Fi issues. And I kind of need to just figure out which one is going to be more of a problem. I will say the mini PC crowd seems very, like, hands-on, right? There's a lot of discussion about, like, oh, here's an antenna chip that you can replace in the B-Link. You know, you pull it open, you pull the old chip out, you put the new chip in, right? Like, it's they're very tinkery. They're a very hands-on type of group. I saw one from Dell that has a socket on the back for a Wi-Fi antenna with an aluminum case. Yeah, and that was what I was kind of looking to see is there like a thing that you could get that would like plug into the Ethernet port and then have a Wi-Fi antenna, right? If they had just put an external antenna, I feel like that would have solved the entire problem. But form factor, right? You got to have those smooth edges, clean surface. So, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? So, I'm kind of stuck right now, trying to figure out like which of the two is gonna perform better. You know, if people have recommendations, I'm open to other ones. It's just in the various reviews and comparisons and Reddit threads and everything. You know, everything that I've sort of been looking at, these ones seem to be sort of the best of everything, right? They're not necessarily the strongest, they're not the cheapest, they're not, you know, like of all the various factors, these like hit the mark the best, right? It all sort of comes together in the best package possible. It's what it is. But I don't know. So yeah, that's kind of where I've been at. I've just been keeping an eye on the computer, making sure it's doing okay. It seems to be. Little bugger. The summer outfit. There's one more thing that I want to mess around with, possibly, just to see if we can do something fun with it. But I did load the PSD into Live 2D last night. So the drawing is done, TM. And now I need to get to rigging it. But should be all good to go and ready for June. Can you guys believe April's almost over? How did that happen? Not a fan. Not a fan, if I'm being really honest about it. I might not mind as much, except that... So we've got one thing that we're going to get started on tonight. It's probably going to be a little bit late because we would need it by the end of tomorrow, so that's not happening. But we might be able to get it done Thursday. And then Star Wars Day, May the 4th, is on Sunday. So that leaves us a very narrow window of time to try and finish 2 drawings. And I just don't know if it's going to happen. I had thought to do something for Star Wars Day. Surprise, I love Star Wars. But, I don't know. I kind of ran out of time. And I prioritized working on all of this over working on something for that. We'll see. Maybe we'll be able to bring it around and do something last minute. Maybe something a little bit simpler than what I had in mind. We'll see where we get to. On that subject, so I caved, I folded, and I watched the first episode of the 2nd season of Andor. It was fun. Good start. Good start. Interesting start. I double checked the release schedule because I kind of looked as like, okay, you know, if I watch 1 episode a night on these nights, you know, I have the streams, so I can't watch it every night, but you know, if I watch it these nights, then it should sort of line up with the release schedule and we'll be good. And then I checked, so this season is going to be 12 episodes. I figured it was going to be 9. It was actually going to be a whole 12. I was like, oh. 1, sick. 2, I guess I'll wait a little bit longer then. So I started watching Free Run again. Because that show is beautiful and I love it. Actually, somehow I knew about Severance. Like I had seen a teaser for it or something. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And then I completely forgot about it. And then one of my friends was explaining like the very basic premise and I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, that does sound interesting. So I want to start watching Severance at some point. But I don't know when that's going to be. The other one that is on my list. So there's kind of 2 parts to it. I was watching a video today. It came out recently. I don't remember exactly when. From a channel I watch occasionally called Mother's Basement. It's a channel about, you know, anime and manga, and they do like seasonal update type stuff, news and whatnot. It's a cool channel. It's neat. It's a good guy. But watch a few episodes of Severance, very good, but it stresses the mind a bit too. That sounds fun. TM. Yeah, I definitely want to give it a shot at least. I tried, I think sort of in a similar vein, I tried watching Breaking Bad a while ago. I was like, this is a good show, but it's way too depressing for me. I can't get into it and have a good time with it. And I need a better time than what this show can give me. So I never ended up watching Breaking Bad. Again, not because I thought it was a bad show. It was just, it wasn't the show I needed, you know? Breaking Bad, I always liked watching clips rather than full episodes. Yeah, I can sort of see that. Get a sense of like the big moments and the general flow of the show rather than sit down and watch it cover to cover. Yeah, I can sort of see that. Though I'm going to use that to sort of segue back to what I was talking about before. So, damn it, I can never remember the name of the YouTuber, but was doing an episode basically explaining the origins of Gundam and the impact that it has had on anime and animation in general. And it was a very fascinating story. What was really fun, what was really wild about it, so the original creator and his team, right? The original creator of Gundam actually like cut his teeth working on Astro Boy way back in the 50s. And then, you know, worked his way up to the ranks and was working on a bunch of different shows and finally got the opportunity to, you know, sort of make the more serious, more intense narrative that he really wanted to make in Mobile Suit Gundam. You know, did have to make some concessions to make it a bit more marketable, which is how you get all the like brightly colored designs and everything, and probably a few additional things that were added in for merchandising opportunities. But, you know, got to keep a lot of the sort of focus of the narrative and the development of the characters the way that he wanted to. And so the original MS Gundam came out and managed to attract a modest following, but was a critical bomb. It flopped hard and was predominantly popular, I believe he said, with teenagers and housewives who really liked the melodrama of the characters. And so, you know, it had a passionate fan base, but not enough to really, you know, keep it going in the rankings. And so they were looking at... Sunrise effectively pulled the plug. They were not pleased with the return on investment. Hey, boss. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. We're almost done. I'm just putting a couple of finishing touches on this and then moving on to the next one. How's your Choomsday going? So yeah, the lead creator and his team are basically dead in the water. They have no money left, and they get a last-minute injection of capital by Bandai, who at this point is already making like military model kits, right? And looks at Gundam and is like, well, this is kind of funky, but I don't know. We can probably merchandise this. We can make some model kits out of these big mecha robot guys. It's kind of in the same vein as what we're doing. And if it doesn't pan out, then not a huge loss. 60 years and billions of dollars later. I'm sorry you're doing overtime. I hope the pay is good at least. And I hope you get some rest soon. So yeah, I'm very, I don't know, like, I love Gundam. I have watched a lot of Gundam over the years, right? I've never actually, I think, sat down and watched all of Mobile Suit Gundam. Which is kind of an important one because it sets the groundwork for every show that takes place in the Universal Century canon, right? The UC. So that's, 8th MS Team, Zeta Gundams, I think Stardust Memory is UC, Unicorn, right? Like, there's a whole chronology of shows that follow up from the what MS Gundam, I think it's 0079 is the other term for it, is, started with. There's actually even, I think, a fairly recent show that was like a prequel that was essentially year zero of the war and laid out sort of the events that led to the original show getting started. What I didn't realize, though, was MS Gundam was actually one of the very early shows to do an OVA movie edit or trim down, you might call it, right? So the entire show essentially got condensed into a 7-hour runtime in movie form. So they trimmed a lot of the fat and sort of, re-released it. Once it had started to gain a little more popularity and was like, okay, where can we actually watch all of this in a straightforward format? It's like, go to the theater and watch it there. And apparently many, many people did. Enough that when the movie premiered, it got so raucous they almost called the police. To Sunrise's credit, Sunrise continues to make Gundam, I'm pretty sure, right? So they did recognize, it's like, oh no, we actually have a Titan on our hands here. We should keep with it, right? Because there have been so many stories of businesses that like did not see immediate returns and then gave up on something, and then it came back from, the brink of destruction, the brink of oblivion, and became wildly successful. And the original, would-be investors must just be holding their heads in their hands going, we were on the verge of greatness. I think there's another Gundam. Because we had Witch from Mercury recently, which was pretty good. It was pretty good. I didn't love it, but it was pretty fun. It was definitely better than 00 Season 2. Jesus Christ. And then, yeah, we have a new series coming out, which I think is from... Hang on, let me see if I can find this. It was a very interesting art style. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this. Because it is Mobile Suit Gundam GQ, and then 6 lowercase u's, and then an X. The Japanese pronunciation is Hirosenshi Gundam G-Quux. Yeah, so G-Quux. Sure, fuck it. I don't know. Hello, Tisha. It's very green. Ivy is a very green lady. How are you doing? How's your Choomsday? So yeah, created by Hajime Yatate, Yoshiyuki Tomino. What's the studio on this? Sunrise and Studio Kara. Oh, interesting. So they worked on the Evangelion OVAs, co-produced Mary and the Witch's Flower, interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. Why you be stressing out? Okay, so this does take place in Universal Century. 5 years after the Principality of Zeon won the 1-year war. Okay. Shit. I really want to watch that MS Gundam OVA. It seems like it'd be a good time. It's a little bit higher animation quality, but I think a lot of it is repurposing of the original animation, so it's going to be, you know, very sort of in line. I'm always amazed by the quality and dedication of animators, even in the modern day. But could you imagine hand animating in like the 1970s when there were no computers and everything was just done on light tables? Right? You draw the cells by hand and then you photoscan them, not scan them, you photograph them into the reel. I mean, Jesus. It just seems like so much work. I can barely be asked to do animation with all of the modern tools available to us. There we go. Alright. I think we're just about done. I feel like there was 1 or 2 minor things that I wanted to do to sort of touch this up, but it's feeling pretty good. I think a lot of it was just sort of getting those touches on the bracelet. Did I disappoint you? You know, Paleolithic anime creators, so many stone tablets. That's the true OGs. That's dedication right there. Did I disappoint you? I don't know. I always feel like there's stuff like Gundam. It's like, yeah, I know about it. I appreciate it. I've never actually watched it, you know, in its entirety. There we go. Stone tablets are just caramel dancing. It took 3 weeks to produce a 2-second GIF loop. I did not hold you, build a wall. I did not hold you, build a wall. Okay. I'm beyond nitpicky at this point. I think we can call this one finished. Isn't Gundam older than Star Wars? I'm 95% sure, but let me double check that. Original Gundam. Okay. So the anime follows the original Star Wars by 2 years. The mecha anime that aired from 1976 to 77, which would predate A New Hope, by a year. Blocker Gundam 4 Machine Blaster. What? Gundam, not M. Anime series that aired from 76 to 77 in Japan. There are 38 episodes of 25 minutes each. It is also known as Blocker Army 4 Machine Blaster. Huh. Interesting. So yeah, there was sort of a somewhat similarly themed, or at least similarly named show that predates Gundam by a couple of years. But no, Star Wars is ever so slightly older. Just a bit. Just a little bit. Still, hell of a time to be a nerd. Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of almost just kind of going back and forth on this. I think we can call it done. So we're gonna hide that. And then we gotta do our post process really quickly. There we go. And then one more. Knock that down just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I'll take that. I think that works okay. I'm gonna do one thing really quickly. I wanna try it. I'm just desaturating the background a little bit. It's a little too much. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, cool. There we go. Nice. We were so close on Saturday, but there were just a couple of little things. Shieldborn Revengeance was released 20 years ago. Someone in one of the Discords I was in was saying they just went to see it in theaters, and I'm guessing it was like a theatrical re-release for that reason. But yeah, that's like... Okay. That does feel rough. I don't want to be old, friendo. I know it's a minor consolation, but I will say, being old beats the alternative. Hey, Sonic, happy Choomsday. Hope you're having a good week. Good start to your week. We're just talking about some Gundam and Star Wars and all the good nerdy dirty things. How you doing? Okay, I'm gonna try and do the more crazy pose here that I would like to do. Well, we'll see if I can pull it off. There we go. There's a Burger King today, and that's why they put cheese in the cheeseburger. You know, I couldn't tell you. There's probably some mandate from corporate. Let's get... Zenith is working as intended. Am I? Maybe a little bit. I don't know. No more than usual, I suppose. I did get a decent amount of sleep last night. But then I found out that I had I had slept. There was a company meeting, like a town hall meeting this morning, and I slept through most of it. And I was like, well, shit. It's okay. Probably no one even noticed I wasn't there. Oh, thank you for the coffee. Yeah, I think this is a fun pose. We'll keep going this way. Gotta do Benny. And if it doesn't work, there's always the spray bottle. Going straight to the spray bottle threats so early? But no one's even been a degenerate yet. No, please, I just want to draw a beautiful cake. It was a very small bear. That was one. Mission accomplished. The bear. Okay, I almost like this. It's like not quite what I want to do with it. So I want to try one more time and see if we can't nail down the exact look of this. Get it feeling a little bit more on point. The other problem is just that the character is so short with this. We might have difficulty getting the pose to like stand above the tank, you know? That is just a very small tank, which is possible. A small tank for a small critter. There you go. There you go. Yeah. I think I like the other one a bit more. It's just got a little bit more like bzow action going on to it, whereas the other one, I don't know, this feels more generic somehow. But I do want to increase the line of action on the pose. So we're going to push this harder. And then we're gonna bring this leg up. Right, so it's like really sort of perched on. We got the belly, we got the other leg, and then we can make the tank a bit bigger. It's a very weird shaped turret as well, so that's going to be probably going to go through a couple passes of trying to, maybe not a couple passes, but you get my thinking. Trying to make sure we get this feeling more or less correct. Let's see. We gotta put on that. Okay, and then there's sort of like a box on top of the barrel. Who's the current character? Does anybody know? Does anybody recognize them? I don't actually know what the hatch on this looks like, so I'm just doing kind of a generic porthole. Let me see if I can find a quick reference of this. Okay, well that's a miniature. Oh, interesting. There's like a small porthole and then there's the gunner turret. Okay. Well, in that case, what I think I will actually do... Wow, this is a much more rounded turret than I thought it would be. Interesting. I'll answer your question in a second. I'm just seeing if anybody knows who this is. Alright, no worries, boss. I hope the overtime goes okay. I hope you get some rest soon. But yes, have a very good evening. Everyone say goodnight. Thank you for popping by. There you go. Okay. So yeah, if we just kind of round this out. And then I think we're just going to end up making the gun much, much, much bigger than him. Alright, so it's going to be more like that. And then we can kind of shorten it down. Yes, so this is Borubi, who's another streamer. Nice fella. Elephant Shrew. And notable tank commander, yes. Okay, now that I have a slightly better idea of like where this needs to sit, I feel like we can get the pose feeling a little bit better. So I'm just gonna stitch that off to the side. We can sort of get the barrel, the gun, in here. I am not drawing the machine gun turret. I can't be bothered. It's too much for me. I'm not strong enough. Just need a Browning reference? Like the Browning tank? I'm just gonna redo this. Pretty sure Browning's a type of tank. Oh. Oh, the Browning machine gun. Yes. No, it's not a matter of reference. Like, I can get a reference picture of the turret. It's just complex enough that I'm not going to try and do it. I'm trying to do this very like dynamic pose. It's not panning out yet. I'm hoping I can get it. I'm gonna be really disappointed in myself if I can't figure it out. Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, thank you, Tisha. I think I have enough references of the Sheridan. I'm just trying to draw the turret. I'm not trying to draw the entire tank. And frankly, I don't think I'm doing a particularly accurate representation of the tank itself. As long as it reads close enough, then that'll do. Admittedly, hard surface renderings is not one of my strong suits. Trying to draw machinery and whatnot, you know, with all the particular accuracy and attention to detail is a bit of a weak spot of mine. Yeah, there's like a bunch of equipment and whatnot that's mounted on the gun. If I really wanted to, we could spend a lot of time trying to hash all of it out, but I think I'm just not going to. Gotta make decisions about how we're gonna spend our time on this, right? Okay. Yeah, so it's got a little... Make decisions. I can't even make sense. That's a good one. Lieutenant, happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. We're starting on a new piece. Actually, here, let me pull up the piece we finished for Ivy. We can put that up in the corner. Let it have its little victory walk while we work on the other one. Yes, there's the hatch. Then we just need the little footy, like that. There we go. Okay, that's making more sense, I think. As much as any of this drawing is going to make sense. Okay, and then... yeah, there we go. So we're gonna have that little sort of protuberance for the nose, right? Very important that we get that extra shape in there. Despite being collabed with Fortnite, they're revealing the new show for Ventress from Star Wars with the Clone Wars animators. They're revealing... I'm not sure what you mean. Like... I'm not sure how that ties into the Fortnite collab. I figured that wasn't supposed to come out until the 4th. I thought that was like their Star Wars Day thing. People can watch the 2 episodes on Fortnite May 2nd. I hate that. I hate that. That's dumb. So I won't be doing that. I have a decent amount of... let's not call it confidence. Let's call it optimism. I have a decent amount of optimism in the show. Just because, I mean, I'm assuming it's a lot of the same writing team and animation team that worked on Clone Wars and Bad Batch and Rebels. All of which I liked, right? So, you know, you tell me this is happening. I'm like, all right, let it cook, let it cook. But I'll just wait for it to be available otherwise. And probably around the same time Andor will be ready too. I'll get to enjoy them at the same time. Yeah, so just wait for the whole thing to be out and watch it in a group. Okay. Let me try one more version of this just to see, because I feel like we're close. I just feel like the angle of the head doesn't quite match the changes that we've made, right? So maybe something more like this? Yeah, I want to get back to watching Andor. I liked the first episode. I want to try and time it, you know, pace it out so that I'm not waiting for next week's episodes. So I'm going to give it a little bit longer to release like the second batch, and then I can start working through them, and by the time I catch up, they'll all be out. That's kind of my plan with it. In the meantime, I can start watching Gundam, or I can keep watching Freerun. So it's like, it's not like there's nothing that I can watch in the meantime. Okay, so what I'm gonna do a little bit is essentially simplify some of the language, or not simplify it. The character is already very simple, which is why I'm willing to go to these lengths compared to like what we did for Ivy, right? Bora's design is like a chibi little elephant shrew, so it's very simple. It's very approachable in that way. But with some of these, you know, like sort of simplifying these lines, right? Making these curves run continuously. Creates a nice through line that makes the character feel more organic. Makes the movement feel more natural. Overwatch is adding a Gundam collab too. I saw that. I sure did see that that is happening. It is indeed. Yep, indeed. I think the funniest one to me would be if Mecha Break gets to do a Gundam collab. Okay, so the problem to me, okay, you know what? Fine, we're gonna go through this. You want to go through this? We'll go through this. We'll fucking do this. Okay. So here's what we got. We've got a Soldier 76 skin to make Tall Geese. A Reaper skin. Right, so that's Tall Geese. We got a Reaper skin to make Death Scythe. A Mercy skin to make Wing Gundam. And I don't know any of the Overwatch 2 heroes, so I don't know who this is, but it's Epion. I understand the general connectivity of Wing Gundam and Death Scythe, right? You've got the Angel and the Devil, or the Reaper. Fine. Nothing else about any of these makes the most remote amount of sense. Nothing in Tall Geese's kit lines up with Soldier. Wing Gundam doesn't make sense as a healer. And Epion doesn't have 4 arms. No, it's Ramtara, which I don't know the character. It's It's this person. It's an Omnic who goes like full fist mode with something. I don't know. I could almost see Epion like at least visually fitting with the smaller version before he goes full fists out. But none of these make sense from like a mechanical standpoint. None of these fit the vibes of the Gundams that they are matched to, and watching them run around like normal people instead of moving like Gundams just feels bad. And like, again, Death Scythe makes sense from a thematic standpoint, except that Death Scythe's weapon is, are you ready, chat? It's the scythe. But then Reaper's like, yeah, whatever, I don't care, here's my dual shotguns. Wing Gundam has two laser beams. But then it's Mercy, so it has to have the staff. It's just like, are you serious? Are you serious right now? And again, like, so this is Tallgeese design, right? This is Tallgeese on Soldier 76. This is what Tallgeese is supposed to have. Tallgeese has a goddamn howitzer that can put a hole through a cruiser! What is that? What is this little Nerf gun? And again, like, I was willing to allow the concessions, right, for Wing Gundam and Death Scythe. It's like, I get where you're coming from. Tallgeese? Fine. Fine. Whatever. It's fine. Hang on. I'm trying to find an appropriate picture. How could you absolutely do my boy Epion dirty like this? What have you done to him? What is this four-fist bullshit? Where is the whip tail? Where are the wings? This is not okay. It honestly kind of feels like cosplay. It honestly does feel like cosplay of the various Gundams. And I get that they had to get them to like mechanically match the characters and hold on to the various like profiles and mechanics and everything that they need to do. I get that. I really do, right? We have to do the same shit with Destiny. We have to do the same shit of like, well, we have to make some allowances so that the designs of whatever we're doing, you know, when we have collaborations with other IPs, it still has to fit the Titan, Hunter, and Warlock themes, and the guns have to fit the weapon profiles, etc., etc. Right? So I get it. But I feel like they could have done something better. I feel like they could have picked characters that would fit more appropriately. I think they're doing Gundam Wing because it's the 30th anniversary of Gundam Wing, so that's why they're doing that one. But I'm sure they could have gotten something using Sandrock or heavy arms. Oh no, wait, they can't do heavy arms because Bastion's not in the game! That's one that doesn't even, like, visually fit. Like, Bastion and Heavy Arms, again, they don't have the same weapon kit. It doesn't make sense. But I wouldn't care because Heavy Arms finally achieves its dream and just becomes the gun. And it would be perfect. But no, we didn't get that. We got this, and it underwhelms me. It's not terrible, but I don't feel that it is good. I do not feel it is as well thought out as it possibly could have been. And look, I'm not saying don't be jazzed about it. If it excites you, if you're looking forward to it, I'm happy for you. But for me, it's not doing a lot. Tar needs a JoJo strand. See, that would make... I could see it. I could see it, especially considering his two modes, like, essentially just portraying the fist mode as being the strand. Strand? Stan? I don't know. I don't watch JoJo. There was a really good moment on Connor's cyclothon where, you know, someone sent in a donation which let him do the TTS voice and was like, Connor, if you had to give up one or the other, would you stop watching JoJo or stop doing Trash Taste Podcast? And Connor, like, without even thinking about it, was like, stop watching JoJo. Because if there is one thing that JoJo teaches, it is that nothing is more important than the boys. You never give up on the boys. Okay, I almost like this. I just feel like the head is a little bit too far over. And the face is a little bit too off to the side. It's like 3/4 and I want it to be 7/8. So we're just gonna redraw it a little bit. But we're very close now. I've never actually watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I kind of get the appeal. It's just kind of fun, crazy, over-the-top anime bullshit. I don't know. It's never done. It's never drawn me in. I think sort of the trick of it so, one, the fact that you can just watch whatever parts you care about, right? You can watch whatever seasons you're interested in, because it's all just kind of crazy, insane bullshit that loosely connects to each other. That's kind of neat. I can appreciate that. Right? The idea with something like One Piece is like, no, you gotta watch like 1,000 episodes and it gets really good. It's like, or I could watch none of it. So, I never finished My Hero Academia. I heard the ending was somewhat underwhelming or disappointing. I might go back and try and finish it up at some point. Or I might just, sit with the good memories and accept it for what it, enjoy those. I don't know yet. But. For a while, I quite enjoyed Academia. Because I felt like it, had a lot of the good ideas of shonen anime without getting sort of stuck in the mud of the tropes and normal behaviors that a lot of shonens fall into and get really quagmired in. But over time, it kind of ended up doing those things too. Just because it's like they had ideas and then either ran out of ideas or didn't know what to do or were looking at like flagging popularity or whatever and just kind of fell back on the tropes. I don't know what the reason was. But the end result is that towards the end, I would say My Hero Academia ended up feeling very sort of generic samey anime. I guess to JoJo's credit, the fact that it kind of acknowledges those tropes and leans in on them super hard to the point of absurdity is just kind of like, yeah, this is the shit we're doing. You in? Which is like, I can see why people would say yes. It's not really my thing, but, if it is, good for you. Trying to get the pose of this right. How's this feeling to you guys? It's close. It's not quite there. There we go. Getting that shape of the helmet better, I think, is helping quite a bit. Right? Because of the way the head is shaped, that snout comes like right up to this shape in the brim. And we've got this little sort of upturn for the snout. And then the underside. Yeah, I think that's working a bit better. We got the bit of the ear that we can see sort of coming out like that. We can have the other side just to sort of continue the thought, continue the through line, right? Just a double check. Okay, yeah, so he only really ever has these little stubby... Never really like tries to depict the paws or anything. Elephant shrews, if you have not seen them, are super cute. Hold on, I'm gonna pull one up for good luck. I started Googling elephant shrew and it tried to bring up elephant Gundam. It was like, well, you've been looking at Gundams. Is that what you meant? I was like, no, and also I didn't know this existed, but now I'm curious. So that's an elephant shrew. What the fuck? Shit, am I? No, okay. I almost forgot the time lapse again. Well, I did forget the time lapse again, but I started it. Better late than never. Okay, I think this is looking pretty good. Now the only other question is, how many details do we want to try and add to our frickin' Sheridan here? Right? I'm thinking not that many. We definitely don't want to add the turret, like the machine turret, machine gun. Maybe add an antenna, but that's a small enough detail that I'm not going to try and render it out beyond the paint over. We could draw some of the, like, was it the... No, those aren't the anti... Shit, I'm completely blanking on all my terminology. You know the paneling that they put on sides of tanks nowadays to, like, explode projectiles before they actually hit the tank? I don't know what it's called. It's a really wild design, though. I went back to Google to look up more reference images of the Sheridan tank. And you know how it, like, recommends related searches just to try and narrow it down? It's like, did you mean women's Sheridan tank? On sale Sheridan tank? And I'm like, no. No, that's not what I meant. Why, though? Are you offering? You never know when you might need a Sheridan tank. think another sort of challenge with finding a good reference is these things have been in service for decades. So there's all kinds of different like configurations with different mountings and technologies attached to them. So trying to find a super consistent, like, this is what it looks like, is quite hard. I think I've got, the gist of it down enough that it's, something approaching recognizable. I will say, Tishel, you were offering before. If you do have a good reference of it, I would not mind seeing it. Now that I try and get a little bit more into the weeds with the tank's design. If you have a moment, don't worry about it otherwise. Okay. I want another Zone of the Enders. What a strange, wonderful game. If I were a better game designer, once I finish Pages, I would try my hand at another Zone. Or not as another, a spiritual successor to Zone of the Enders. I would say, fine, I'll do it myself. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm a good enough game designer to pull something like that off. Excuse me. Okay, I think we're getting into a pretty good spot with this. The one thing that's very weird is the through line of the tank right now, or the lack thereof, right? I think we just gotta, even if it's not 100% accurate to the design of the turret, right? Just choose something that's a little bit more easy to read. You know? Yeah, I think some of these are just like, oh, okay, yeah. So you sort of have this like sloping round shape. And then a straighter top end to the turret. Good. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Okay, I think that'll work. And then we've got... Oh, I guess this is sort of the hinge that allows the gun barrel to like move up and down more. See, we're learning things. We're figuring it out one little bit at a time. And then yeah, some of the configurations have like an additional thing that would go right here. We're not going to do that. Yeah, I think this works fine. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. Okay. So, last thing, we'll see. Is I want to just get rid of that sort of division, right, of the neck and body. Makes more sense for a human. Doesn't really make sense for a shrimp. So we're just gonna simplify it. We're gonna merge it all together. And you're gonna go like that. Yeah, the one downside to using the power supply that I am now. So the one that I had before, which admittedly might have been part of the problem, was a modular power supply. Right, so it had a bunch of ports on one end that the various cables could plug into. So if you didn't need all the cables, you just wouldn't plug them in. Right? Which is really nice for organization and cleanliness. The one that is in there now is not modular. So there's a bunch of cables that I have no use for and nowhere to... I had to like coil them up pretty tightly and sort of sit them inside the case out of the way. So the airflow is not as good, and I've been watching the temperatures and everything seems to be more or less okay, but I do think the fan is having to run a little bit harder to sort of keep everything balanced out and in order. So the computer is a bit louder than it was before, which is unfortunate, but I would rather it be a bit louder than be hotter, you know? Okay, now we just need to add strap over top, like that. Have the strap going back like that. And then the guy's got a scar over this side because he's so cool. Do a little bit of extra line work in this phase, right? Just to sort of lay everything out the way that we want it to be. There we go. Okay, cool. I'm feeling better about it now. I feel like this is more in line with the sort of pose that I wanted to have. Well, the only thing that I might do is go ahead and put this paw in place. Nah, let's leave it where it is. I think this makes enough sense. Reads well enough. Besides, if we're gonna get this done, I mean, we're not gonna get it done tonight. There's no way. There's no way it's happening. But we might be able to get it done on Thursday as a belated gift. Boro's birthday is tomorrow. So there's no, this is not happening. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. We can go with it. Alright, there's our color reference. And then we need some color reference for the Sheridan. Which of course is also going to have all manner of colors all over the place, depending on the livery of whoever's driving it. There you go. Easiest fill-in of my life. Yeah, I was rewatching the playthrough demo of Squadron 42 that they did last year. And I was watching it and I was like, oh yeah, this isn't ready yet. There's still some weird pop-ins and graphical issues and scripting issues. There's some rough edges here. Isn't there a shrew that has iron on its teeth? The red-toothed shrew, the Sem family Sarcinae, are one of the 3 living subfamilies of shrews, along with Crocodurinae, white-toothed shrews, and African white-toothed shrews. In addition, the family contains the subfamily. The enamel of the tips of their teeth is reddish due to iron pigmentation. The iron deposits serve to harden the enamel and are concentrated in those parts of the teeth most subject to wear. Yes. They don't have steely chompers. They don't have grills. Honestly, the red teeth sounds kind of more metal than if they were, like, metal. I think this is one of the simplest characters I've ever drawn. It's great. Also, I gotta let Board know, this takes me way back. One of the first things that I ever really got into drawing and was constantly just sort of doodling around with was so at the time I really liked Star Wars, big shock, and I really liked Hamtaro. So I would draw Hamtaro soldiers with clone gunships, and they'd be doing battles and fighting droids and shit. So I don't know. Something about this is extremely nostalgic and just like we've come full circle. Hamtaro and gunship. Yeah, like the clone gunships from Attack of the Clones. Just like the simulations. Good hamsters follow orders. It's all just giant hamsters. Okay, good. Let's put a little bit on the character, right? There we go. There we go. If hamsters are the clones, what are the droids? So I'm pretty sure I had the hamsters fighting the droids. It has been decades, right? I do not remember everything, but I don't remember all the details. I just remember, like, it was, I wouldn't call it an obsession, but you know, it was my favorite drawing subject that I would doodle in my school workbooks and everything. Eventually I upgraded to, you know, actual sketchbooks, but for a long time it was just in like my science notebook and whatnot. I was a model student. I was not. It took me a very long time to get my academic act together, so to speak. There we go. This will need to be added to the space fairs. Yes, the space fair is sending the hamster marines to die by the thousands. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so we're gonna do one more thing. We're just gonna take the shadow, we're gonna drop it down, we're gonna duplicate it and set overlay, high intensity. There we go. That looks about right. Okay, cool. Alright, I think that's all the setup we need. But I did forget one little detail. I gotta get the scar tissue. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! Look, I'm 100% sure if they could figure out how to get hamsters to fight Tyranids, they would. They absolutely would. Alright, good enough. I think that's all the key information. It does seem like there might be some darker fur on the back. Possibly, but that might also just be a rendering detail of... Yeah, it's hard to say for sure. I'm not gonna worry about it. Hey, Frosty. Hello, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Choomsday. Yeah, we're drawing a particular Officer Shrew. His birthday is coming up, so I wanted to do something. It's gonna be late, but it'll be a belated gift. I'm doing pretty well. It has been an okay day. Arm's been kind of bothering me, but I'm making do. Yeah, we did the one for Ivy, which I'm happy with how it came out. And it's not that I regret doing it. I just wish I had kind of like taken into considerations, like, oh shit, yeah, I should have done this one first. Exactly. We do what we can, and it'll be fine. It'll be okay. I feel like we're probably going to be able to get it done, you know, more or less Thursday. So it won't be super late. Just a little bit. Saboro's birthday is tomorrow. So yeah, I missed the boat a little bit. But hey, at least we're getting started on it on time. Yeah. I'll check to see when we finish tonight. If Bor is streaming, then we're gonna go ahead and raid him as an early birthday raid. I hope so. Oh, he's like, why isn't it painting? There we go. Yeah, how are you doing, Frosty? How's your week going so far? Still down with the sickness. Well, I hope you recover soon. I hope you feel better. Hope you're at least on the mend, as it were. That's good. Yeah, for the most part, I've just been like babysitting my computer, making sure it's feeling okay, kind of figuring out whether the power supply fix is proving sufficient or not. Otherwise, it's been pretty chill. I've been a little... Yeah, exactly. So the big problem that... So the big problem with the testing is, like, even when I have issues, right? Whatever the problem is, the result is that the graphics driver crashes, right? All the screens go black, bunch of programs shit themselves, and the computer typically doesn't do like a full reset. It doesn't blue screen or anything. It comes back after like 30 seconds to a minute, but a bunch of things go haywire in the meantime while the GPU sort of figures itself out. So the problem with testing is I haven't been able to nail down an event or sequence of events or things that I do that cause it to happen, right? And even like after a crash occurs, I can then go do all of my, you know, heaviest lifting software. I can play Monster Hunter, I can play Helldivers, I can play whatever I want. And no problems, right? So I'll get a crash, I'll try and implement a fix, and it'll be fine for days. Nothing happens. And then another crash happens. And so it's like, okay, well, whatever, you know, the last fix didn't solve it. So now I gotta go try something else. But it'll be essentially days of waiting to see if anything else happens before I can, you know, before I know. So I swapped out the power supply last Wednesday, and now we're basically just watching to see if another crash does occur. Exactly, you test something, which is fine, right? That's how you do experiments. You have a hypothesis, you introduce a variable, and you test the variable, and you see if it, you know, you see what kind of conclusions you get. So that part is like, yeah, fine, okay, whatever. I just wish there was like a known way to trigger the event so that I could actually test it at faster intervals and figure out, like, did it work? But no such luck. So yeah, we are currently at 7 days, which is a good interval, but we've had longer, so we can't rule it out yet. Yeah. I don't know. I think in part because of the computer stuff, I don't know. I've not had perhaps as much motivation to work on art outside of the streams. I've been slowly working on the summer outfit. Slowly working on that and the promo art for it. But I don't know. Normally it's like, oh, well, you know, I want to play games or work on art or sort of, you know, whittle away a bit on art while I'm playing games, you know, in the downtime between game sessions or whatever. Yeah, I think some of it, like I said, is because the computer isn't as reliable, so I'm like much more hesitant to open stuff and start working on it when there's a chance that things could go sideways. That definitely doesn't help the motivation, but I don't know. I just have periods where it's like, I don't really feel like doing much right now. Like, I don't really want to play a game. I don't really want to work on art. I'm just kind of sitting here vibing. Which is not, you know, a terrible thing. It's just not how I do things. I am a work-oriented brain. Years ago, I had a Mac that was malfunctioning. It was under warranty, so I took it in for repair. The shop just kept replacing parts until it worked okay. New motherboard, new power supply, new other things. There was no diagnosis, just replace the stuff until it stops. Theseus is shitting himself in his grave right now. You fool! Are you sure it's even your computer anymore? I suppose that's one way to solve the problem. Just throw new parts at it until it stops. And yeah, as long as it's not if it's costing them something but not you, it's like, fine, whatever, I guess. It's wasteful, but what? It's fine. Stuff on the hard drive is still the same, so it's fine with it. They just billed Apple for the repair. Yes, no cost to you. So, yeah, I don't know, like, it's fine. Like I said, I understand how difficult it would be to actually have something that can just come in and say, here's what the problem is. Here is where something is happening. Why something is malfunctioning. Go deal with that thing, right? Because, like, with this, so this is my hypothesis, right? And if replacing the power supply does solve the problem, I think it lends a lot of credence to the hypothesis, but you know, we're still just sort of running off of assumptions, right? Because of the nature of the problems that I'm having, everyone I talk to, first suggestion, first thought is replace the GPU drivers. Something is probably faulty with them and they're freaking the fuck out, right? Makes sense. You're having graphic issues, there's probably something wrong with the graphics card. Either the software or the hardware itself. But here's what I think is happening. and part of why it is so hard to pin down the behavior. My suspicion is that something in the power supply was broken, right? Not even like visibly broken, maybe just a minor loose component or worn out power rail, something almost impossible to detect. And 99.5% of the time runs perfectly fine. But then every so often, something on the power rail powering the GPU gets out of whack, right? There's a little bit of a disconnect, a little bit of something stops working the way that it should. And effectively, for like a fraction of a second, chokes the GPU, right? The GPU is trying to run an operation and isn't getting the power that it needs to complete it. And so it freaks out. It can't complete its task list, which causes the drivers to hang, the operation to hang. And the way Windows is built, from what I can find online, essentially if the graphics bus can't empty its task within a set interval of time, it just says nuke the entire task list and start over. Which is what that driver crash is. Again, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a computer scientist, I could be wildly misunderstanding this, but that's sort of my leading theory on what's going on. Right, so it's not actually anything wrong with the driver, it's not even anything wrong with the graphics card. It's like 3 levels upstream from that. And I imagine for a lot of computer technicians and whatnot, power supplies are probably a real pain in the ass to try and diagnose because they don't have any sensors that are feeding into the CPU to provide data. The only thing that you're getting is whatever power readings the components being powered by them report back. Right? The power supply is just sitting in there sending electricity to all the components. It doesn't have any hookups sensor-wise to anything else. So that's fun. I could be completely off base with a lot or all of this, but that is my working theory on what's been going on, why the computer's been having issues. And if we don't have a crash for a while, then I think we're more or less on the right track with it. So yeah, thank you, Kurt, for coming to my gem talk. Please be sure to smash that like and subscribe button to be notified whenever I start to open my dumb mouth. There you go. Obliterates the exterminatus the notification bell. Task misunderstood, smash the alarm clock. Honestly, deserved. Deserved. TBH. Shipmaster is not a fan of waking up early. That reminded me of another song. I love Bear McCreary's music. Very good composer. I wonder what he's been working on lately. Apparently did music for Godzilla King of Monsters back in 2019. Composed the score of the 2018 God of War and Ragnarok. Worked on Call of Duty Vanguard. Not a huge lineup in film. Apparently worked on the Halo TV show. Worked on The Witcher Blood Origin, Rings of Power. Oh, did the music for Foundation. That's cool. Good for him, man. I'm actually gonna leave this. I really like this, like, scuffing. It feels very organic and cute. One of these days I'll get back to watching Foundation. I thought it was okay. I didn't love it, but it was interesting. There was some stuff about it that I, like the concepts and whatnot, that I thought were very cool. I've been working mostly on the tank. I've been kind of dancing around the character. So let's get to that some, shall we? This will be a very interesting one to draw. And try and get that sort of fuzzy butt. Try and get a little bit of that hair texture in, even if we don't do, you know, exactly that. Ooh. I do love listening to the sound of rain late at night. Thank you for coming by, Mage. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope the viewing of the house goes well, the showing. And I'll see you later. Everyone say goodnight. Good. Hold that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, actually, that'll work really well if we kind of go in and give this like a nice, almost sort of chunky heal, right? Yeah, I think that works pretty well. Kind of round the foot more forward like that. There we go. This, I think we're just gonna sort of keep darkening this down, right? Sort of get it recessed into the hatch a little bit. Like it's still kind of resting on top of the rim, but really sort of push the there you go. Trying to, as I work on these portraits, like, right, like Bo's got his birthday coming up, Mookie had her birthday, which is one of the reasons I wanted to work on Mookie's first. I'm trying to sort of address events, birthdays, anniversaries, etc. as they come up, but obviously, you know, I don't know all the dates. I have a little post-it note somewhere with a bunch of people's birthdays written down, just to try and keep tabs on it and make sure that I don't miss anything important like that. To varying degrees of success. Okay, I think that's coming along pretty well. gonna shorten the foot down a little bit right along here, right? Sort of front face it more. Grab some of this. Do some like cast and contact shadow for the leg. Yeah, I've been playing a bit more Star Citizen. Honestly, the state that the game is in right now is not, it's not perfect. Sonic, I'm gonna say let's leave that drama to set. That's a bathtub worth of tea, and I think I'm just gonna let that one go on by. Right, like the game is still buggy. I tried doing some mining, and the mining went okay. Some of the rocks were not interactable, which was very frustrating, right? Like you find an interesting one that you try to extract, and your mining laser just kind of goes right through it and nothing happens. And then there were a bunch of issues trying to get the refined materials out of the refinery and load it onto my ship, but they did eventually get there. Right. Some of the missions still don't work very well. You get weird interactions. You sometimes fall out of trains.
If you're watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C, crescent moon ass, scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
It still has issues. But it is, to some degree, playable. And the parts of it that I do get to play, I think are pretty cool. And it is working more consistently than it has in the past, which is, step in the right direction, even if it is not all the way there yet. I think it is interesting sort of watching the game develop in real time, right? That, more of the ideas that they've kind of always had, they're starting to get implemented as, more of the core systems come online, more of the necessary back end is present now. They can start to actually, design and develop the game that they've been aiming for this entire time. Which there is a whole discussion that can be had there about, like, so how did it take this long, and what was your plan, back in like 2016 when you started saying that you were going to be doing all this? Like, the prospects of this being possible back then must have been a pipe dream at best, right? So, yeah, there are definitely, I think, very critical discussions that can be made about sort of the road that they've taken to get to this point. But now that we are here, I think it is very interesting to sort of see, like, okay, this is the game as they imagined it. And, you know, some of that is like, okay, we're still waiting to see sort of how that materializes, whether it works, whether it's interesting, whether it's entertaining. But there's also, you know, some changes that are being made. It's like, okay, we've implemented this, and it is not quite sort of panning out the way that we had expected, and we need to pivot directions, or, you know, the technology, the way the technology is developed doesn't quite support what we originally had in mind, and we need to, you know, redirect intentions or redirect the way that this particular thing is going to happen to make more sense with how the game has come along. Right, so like, I think one of the biggest changes overall has been, I think less of the game is going to be quite as directly operated, right? There's more drone technology and there's more beam technology. So like all of the stuff that was going to involve, you know, repairing ships or building structures and whatnot, I think the original intention was to have that all be very, you know, sort of modern and mechanical, right? There was going to be a lot of arms moving around and production lines, and like I think a lot of that is sort of getting replaced by like construction drones that can sort of hover around and have a resource, an internal resource pool, and they'll sort of spend the resource pool fabricating stuff, and then they'll go back for more, you know, and kind of keep doing that loop. But I don't know. I think every game goes through design iterations, right? You have sort of your on paper design of what you think the game is going to look like and how it's going to play and how it's going to be fun. And then you start playtesting it and go, oh, okay, well, so this isn't responding very well. This is working pretty well, but we need to tweak it. This is a more interesting version of what we originally had in mind. And people are resonating really well with this, so we can, you know, maybe sort of lean into it and emphasize it so that, you know, people spend more of the game playing the parts that they actually enjoy and less playing this other part that, you know, we included, but people weren't really responding to as powerfully. Right? That's normal. The difference is that a lot of times that part of the development is not done in public, right? You might get closed testing groups that have to sign NDAs, right? And not sort of talk about early builds publicly. But, you know, with this, the game has been in development so long, and people have been watching it and interacting with it since before the game was even remotely playable, that, like, we're seeing every drop of blood and little bit of viscera that is going into the sausage, and it's ugly. It is an ugly, messy process. I mean, that does not excuse everything that Cloud Imperium has done with the development of the games. Right? I think there's been a lot of mismanagement. I think there's been a lot of sort of stalled time and things done erroneously. I think it's also a good example of why a project needs a good producer and a good manager, right? If you just allow the creatives to have all the money they want and all the time to do what they want, they will do that. They will just keep going until somebody tells them to stop. It turns out. Who'd have thought? And so I've always said, if I ever had enough money to form my own studio and start hiring people to work for me, the first person that I would need to hire would be a producer. Because I barely manage myself well enough, right? You guys have seen my production schedule with Pages. You have seen how I handle that project. I jump around like a motherfucker. I'll be like, what do we want to work on this week? Nothing related to what we did last week? Yeah, all right. Fuck it, it's new learning time. And producers would be like, no, you need to get that prototype to a a good enough spot that we can like put a pin in it and come back to it later, right? It doesn't have to be done, but it can't just sit half-baked, quarter-baked while you get bored and go do something else. Producers get a bad rap because a lot of times they do like put a lot of pressure to see certain things done. They have to, kill darlings to make sure that the project, stays at a reasonable scope and it can actually get done without killing anybody. And that's not fun, right? It's not fun for the people that have to make the decisions. It's not fun for the people that had something that they were working on and cared a lot about, and then they see that hard effort get space because it doesn't fit into the vision for the final game. But it's gotta get done. Because if you look at how much games cost nowadays, right? Excuse me. Like AAA games cost so much money, right? They are so stupidly expensive. And that is with at least hopefully some level of somebody saying, no, we're not going to do that because it doesn't, you know, fit the scope of our project, or it's over budget, or whatever, you know, whatever reasoning there is. Imagine if no one was doing that and it was just a, you know, wild west of everybody being like, wouldn't it be cool if we did this, or if we added this feature, or if we brought this in, and they just did that for 3 years. That's how you get Star Citizen. That's basically what happened to Star Citizen. Anything special? If there is time. We gotta finish this up, and then if there is time, we will do a Star Wars Day piece. But we might have to do something smaller if we're gonna actually get it done in time for the 4th. Or I might just need to work on it offline. So, maybe. May 4th is a Sunday, yes. So yes, we would. Depending on when we get this done, we might be able to start it on Thursday and then work on it on Saturday. Which, again, depending on the complexity, might be able to get it done, but it might be a bridge too far. We shall see. I don't know if the new animated show, are they premiering that on Sunday? This is starting to come along. I think we're getting there. What's the cut notes? There we go. Which one is the good one? I think this one. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, if we weren't doing this piece for Boru, we would definitely be working on a Star Wars piece right now. But, priorities. Thank you, Tishal. I'm glad you like it. I appreciate you coming by and always hanging out. I hope you get some really good rest. I hope you have a good midweek. Everyone say goodnight. Gonna have to redraw some of the scar I'm overwriting it. It's okay. I'll be your dreams. We get to music festival and game. Nice. Sounds interesting. The heck? Well, you can go, mate. Honestly, we're making really good time on this. Which is good, because that will let us put a little extra time into doing like the greebles and whatnot on the tank. Onion. You think I can be so easily swayed? I'm not a cat. No, if it were tortilla chips, that might be a different discussion. Thank you for the head pats, but I'm not going to pair. He's so cute! Look at this little guy! One of my friends got a little Maine Coon kitten recently. It's so cute. It's just a little guy. He zooms all over the place. He's very sweet. There we go. Lighten this up a little bit to blend it in like that. Sorry, I was thinking for a second. Which took me a lot of brain power for some reason. Oh, it's okay. sort of the lighter shade of fur that comes up, yeah, basically to around where the mouth would be. Should he have a mouth? What do you guys think? Mouth, no mouth. Mouth, no mouth. I feel like, I don't know, because the elephant shrew, much like the real elephant, does have a mouth, right? It's just, it's not up with the snoot. It's farther back. I don't know if Bora's design has a mouth or not. Might be kind of simplified, not include one. Okay. Let's see. Sure, we'll add this in. Why not? I'm gonna need to redraw the eye anyway, so if we mess it up a little bit, it's fine. Okay, that's making more or less making sense. I think the ear is a little fucky though. Oh, I know why. I think it's coming too far forward. Maybe if we do something more like that. Where's the other reference? Okay, I see. I don't know how the whole practice of mods just bullying the shit out of streamers became so commonplace. I suppose it's because a lot of times the mods are, you know, closer friends of the streamers, and so they have a better sort of relation and tolerance level than the normal viewer chatter in a stream. So it's to an outsider it's like mod abuse, but to them it's more just friends shooting the shit. I feel like that must be it, because otherwise it's just like an endless hazing by the mods. Just one communication anymore. Just one communication. There we go. Okay. I do want to get a little bit more of the like red lighting in a few places, so we can definitely work on that. Let's see. It's gonna fit the theme here. I mean, now we're just getting into Gundam music, which I'm not gonna complain about. I started watching Iron Blood Orphans. It was interesting. It was interesting. I didn't keep with it though. Might get back to it at some point. There we go. That looks alright. Helmet's looking very flat. I'll need to work on that. Let's get a little bit more sample color in there. Can get some shadow on the backside, right? And get some rim lighting in there. Oh, one thing I thought we could add, which is a bit of a greeble. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to add the machine gun nest because you can see how complicated the modern Sheridan machine gun is, right? It's not just the gun. It's like a gun and a whole protective battlement around the gunner. which is a significant step up from some of the earlier models, I gotta tell you. So I ain't doing all that. But we can add a little sort of silhouette, right? Or like a sort of framing shape of like where it would go. But on this particular model, it's been left off. Right, so maybe that's kind of sitting like this. Make it a little bit bigger. It was like, I didn't forget. I chose not to do it. It's different, right? Let's see. Who's next? Is this? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna grab some of this darkest tone, because we gotta give him his tail. I kind of like it better without the mouth, right? Like, you definitely could add one. There's some reference of where it would sit. I don't know. There's something just kind of I appreciate about the simplicity of it. It just feels good without it. I'm just kind of leaving the snout a little simplified too. We can sort of bring that up to sort of capture some of the structure, but we're not going to go in and like do the whole nostril setup or anything. I feel like I prefer that. He's so cute. Does anyone know much about tank operations? I'm curious what the commander of a tank, what their title typically is. What their rank is. Okay. Oh, come the fuck on. There we go. we go. Who next? Oh, the battlefield awaits my soul to hold down. Lord, guide me through my battles. Rise to the glory of the... It's just a little shrimp. Light a fire in the sky. He's just a little guy. There we go. When the fire of war rains, I will watch my brothers fall. Dang it! Don't do that. Victorious will rise through the glory of the God. There we go. When you're in the sky. Okay, and then let's save. If you guys are working on anything, please be sure to save it. Definitely don't want it to get lost. And that which is not saved will be lost. It's not a threat, it's a promise. Children die, while this wakes my soul of the years. Still haven't decided what to do for Halloween this year. Got a few months to figure it out still, but it's one of those things that I kind of want to figure out and get a decent head start on, so we're not scrambling to get it all done in September. The sooner we have a plan, the better, right? Even if we don't get started on it for a while. get the music going in a second. I'm just rounding out this idea. There we go. Let's get kind of a cast shadow behind him, right? Sure, why not? Let's do this. It's somewhat fitting. So, voice. Thinking of a mountain home, still made of ice, feels in our bones. Sing with me. I am a dwarf and I dig in a hole, diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I dig in a hole, diggy diggy hole, dig in a hole. Yeah. Down underground, you feel around me. I am a dwarf and I dig in a hole, diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I dig in a hole, diggy diggy hole, dig in a hole. Dwarf and I dig in a hole, diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I dig in a hole, diggy diggy hole, dig in a hole. Yeah. I'm gonna go back in. I'm just gonna add a little bit of like scuffing and greebling, some dirtying up of the surface, just because it's looking very pristine right now. But I like the direction that we're going overall, right? We're getting to a very good spot where we can really take our time and have our fun with some of the details. That said, it's been 3 hours. So, we're definitely going to work on this on Thursday. But I think we will be in a very good spot to wrap it up and get it over to Boru. A little late, but not terribly so. I am a dwarf I fucked up. Wrong layer. I'm just gonna put this over here now. There we go. What is this? It's a song by the Proto Men released 2 years ago? Then, gonna do, how do we want to do this? Scale it down just a little bit. There we go. That's kind of cool. Then we'll grab some of this just to put a nice sort of refracted rim light along the edge of the barrel like that. Yeah! Yeah, it feels pretty good. It doesn't 100% line up with like the perspective of the outer barrel, so we could maybe go in and clean that up a little. But I like the direction, I like the idea. Pull it up a little bit. Yeah, cool. Not quite that bright. Okay. And then you, continue cleaning up the shape a little bit like that. I have to wonder, are the Protomen still, I mean, this is 2 years old. I don't know if they're making more, if they're working on the 3rd album or not. That would be really cool. I've been hoping that they do come around and return to the project, but it's been so long at this point, it's kind of hard to believe that it's gonna happen, you know? There we go. There we go, cool. What is going on here? This is a little weird. This doesn't really make a ton of sense. Okay, and then we've got a little bit of an ambiguous spot right here that we haven't clearly laid out as doing anything. So we'll get in there and clean it up a bit. I just want to come back and add the divisions of the pouch that we did a pass on it and then we got rid of them. And now I want to add them back. Round them out a little bit. Right, so that can go sort of like that. There we go. Good. Better. Better. Let's see. Let's see. We already listened to a lot of those. Yeah, it should be. What is that? It's just a gap. It's just a gap in the drawing. Okay, so the one thing that I haven't done yet that I would like to get to, and that might be more of a next time detailing, depending on time, is I haven't done that sort of fur pass, right? So everything sort of has a nice gradient, nice transitions of color, and planes. Good start. But we're not really getting that, like, materialness to it yet, right? Like, there isn't enough yet sort of dividing the textures of the metal from the fur, from the leather. So I want to get in and put a little bit more into that, right? Really sort of get that sort of materialness, that scratchiness, different textures and sort of the approach, the surfacing. And on the tank, just add some more like damage, more greebles, right? More breakup, just so that it's not quite as much like perfect geometry, right? Which I think gives myself way too much credit, that implying that I did perfect geometry, which I definitely did not, but that's okay. Let me pull up the references. Need to move some of these out of the way. There we go. Okay. Do I still have... Okay, I still have some references up on Google. I'm just trying to find... Thank you, War Thunder Wiki. Very helpful. Many classified documents were leaked for this. I guess in some ways it kind of makes sense that as much as they can, they don't want tanks to have a bunch of plating on them, right? Like, the more that they can sort of make everything a single piece, the fewer sort of structural weak points it has that could get, you know, blasted open or separated by a shell. So a lot of the turret seems to be a pretty continuous piece, or at least is like welded together very succinctly rather than bolted. Interesting. So we'll try and get this sort of welding detail along the border. There you go. Okay, I guess this doesn't really tangent. I'm gonna expand it out just a little bit to remove some of where it gets a little too close for my taste, but it's not bad. I was thinking we need to like pull it away from the palm, but I think it's actually okay. It just needs a little bit more clearance, right? Something like that. Switch up in 1 second, just finishing this thought. There we go. I get so sick of all the AI videos that YouTube keeps trying to push. Like, they're very clearly made by AI. The images are kind of off. The view counts are so low. It's like, this is just slop getting pushed, and yet YouTube can't be bothered to distinguish them and put them down. I suppose even if it's technically possible, it's not necessarily something that they're interested in doing. go. Okay. So before we run out of time, I'm gonna spend. I also wonder if the people who make those actually care, or just doing it could get a few dollars. I don't want to put it under a monolith, right? I think there's some of both. I think there's some people that do genuinely feel that they're pursuing some sort of creative pursuit. I disagree, but I'm sure, I imagine in some way they see it as being a legitimate attempt at the very least, right? I'm sure there are some people that are just like, yeah, I can put this together in a, you know, an afternoon and throw it up on YouTube, and, you know, between people that don't know better and bot views and whatever else, I'll get some ad revenue off of it and it's fine. You know, and that's good enough for me. I'm sure there's some of both. I think what I would probably sort of say to a lot of them, if given the opportunity, is, you know, I feel like if you don't put, I can't draw word squat, but using AI wouldn't satisfy a wish. That's my big thing. Is a lot of what I was about to say is like, if you don't really put any time or effort into, you know, trying to make something more authentically yours, right? Well, what are you doing? Like, what is sort of the objective? What is the desire out of it? Right? How much does it really matter to you? How much is it something that you're really going to be proud of or care about if you can just kind of knock it out in a little bit of time and call it a day? Like, I've done little sketches and drawings and whatnot that I just kind of, I don't even remember them, right? Because I just kind of did it on a whim, on a bus ride or something, and I was like, all right, you know, interesting little idea. I did it. It's over. It's done. And I can't even tell you what they were because I don't remember them. And now you're, you know, putting out how many dozens of pieces of work like that? But all of them just kind of come and go meaninglessly, it seems to me. Where's my glass brush? I don't know why this is called the glass brush, but it works. I think to some degree, and I'm you know, I'm just kind of estimating from, you know, my absolutely biased position, right? But I think some of it is probably coming from a misconstruing of creating content, like making content versus creating something, right? Like just making something to put it out there and have people look at it and respond to it and react to it. Like that's a thing that you can do, I suppose. That's there. And some people, I get satisfaction out of that. But it's not the same as creating something, right? Like taking ownership and really like using it as an opportunity to say something and to grow. There was a wonderful, it was very disparaging, but fuck it. Meme of someone pointing out, like, people have been making art, have been drawing since prehistory, right? Since before the development of anything to draw on. People were like, cave wall, and took mud and burnt sticks and whatever else they could find and just drew massive mosaics and pictures and told stories of great hunts and migrations and the places that their people have been. So to rely on AI in place of actually making any attempt to draw by your own mental fortitude puts you on a lower rung than a Neanderthal. And look, if people don't want to spend the time to really learn to draw and get adept with it, that's perfectly understandable, right? Like, I would love to learn how to write and play music, right? But I recognize that that's going to take a lot of time to get particularly good at, and it is not necessarily the type of challenges that I sort of work best with and would really want to spend a lot of time getting good at. That doesn't mean I'm gonna, jump over and start using a bunch of AI shit to make music for me, because that doesn't solve the problem that I would be trying to solve, right? Sort of like you were saying, Standing. That would not teach me how to make music. I wouldn't be making music. I would be asking something to do it for me and then be like, I did that. But I didn't. I haven't actually, like, created anything. I haven't expressed anything. I just kind of told a computer, hey, can you do this for me really quickly? Here's $15. I could spend that money commissioning an actual musician to make music for me instead. I have no idea what the rates of, you know, the big name musicians are, right? If I wanted to hire Austin Wintory to work on something, that would be an absolute dream come true if I got to work on a project with Wintory or Darren Korb or Bear McCreary. God, if I could get Bear McCreary on a project, I think I would probably explode. That would be insane, but it would be a ton of fun. But yeah, there are so many musicians out there, talented folks that are just looking to work on projects. And sadly, will do it for not that much because tough market. Oh well. Yeah, there's not a ton of greebles on this turret, frankly. I thought there would be a lot more to like plug in, and we could start adding in little like more mechanical bits of like a thing sitting here. Right, kind of go like that, and then you go like that, and that goes over here. I'm just gonna kind of draw through and then refill it. And we can kind of set up some planar differences, right? So yeah, maybe we can add some more like large scale greebles rather than just like surface breakup elements, right? A bit more of this type of shit. What else can we add? What is that? It's like stuff on the back. I mean, there's also just like boxes and stuff hanging off of them. Yeah, I guess you could put like a little Box on the back here. Get a little bit of that Fresnel lighting, little rim lighting coming from the fuzz. A little bit of contact shadow right along the bottom of the foot here. Round that out of here. There we go. So yeah, what I meant before is we can take like this. Oh, we could try using a brush and see if it gets us any nice effect. But we can always just do it by hand if needs be. Right, but we can sort of break up the surface here a little bit just so we sort of get that like scattering of texture, scattering of color from an imperfect surface, right? Yeah, I feel like this is a little bit too, it's a little bit too much. It's not bad, but I'd like a little bit more of a hands-on approach. Right, so I go between these two. There we go. Yeah, that's a good start. We'll keep messing with it. Just kind of get this nice, like, sort of painterly splotching in, just to break up the transitions a little bit and have it be a little more organic. Still need to polish up that helmet. lighten up the eyes a little bit. That shadow's getting very deep. Nice. I like that. I want to try one more thing for the background, just for funsies. Gonna orange it up a little bit. We're gonna go. Pachoo! Okay, I don't like this part just because it's like directly behind him, so it's not clear what's going on. But we can sort of move it over, maybe like right here. Hello, Knight. I hope you've been having a good evening. Good start to your week. Just having a little fun here with our guy. Our little shrew. Yeah, that's kind of fun. I like that. Okay, so yeah, we still gotta work on the helmet. We still gotta put some more detailing into it, but I do feel like it is coming along quite well. Had you ever used retro media before, such as cassette or vinyl? I feel so old. Yes, I've used cassettes. Vinyl was a little
You're
before
watching this
my
video
time,
sitting down.
but
I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent moon ass
yes.
scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
Well, listen to this. I don't know. Music? I don't know, like, what kind of music? Oh! 8 tracks. I don't think we ever really used 8 tracks that much. Oh, there was a cassette that I remember using a lot. God, what was on it? I feel like it had like Top Gun music on it. Well, like 90s rock, I guess. Yeah, Backstreet Boys and NSYNC was definitely one. I remember listening to a lot of Fleetwood Mac with my parents. Especially my mom really liked Fleetwood Mac. That was fun. Are they so bulky? I don't know. That's how small they could get the technology to work at the time. I think cassettes, part of the reason they were probably more popular is because you could get more songs on a smaller format. So it wasn't as much of a pain to haul around. I wonder how many like Zoomers and Gen Alphas know what the save icon is. Probably not enough. I always loved I always loved pulling the slide protector on floppy disks and hearing it snap back into place. It was a good feel. Getting a vinyl record but back up because records are very fragile. They're fragile, and these days they're expensive just because you only really get the audiophiles who want vinyl. And so they don't print that many of them. But yeah, vinyls lose their integrity pretty quickly. Like, the first few listens are very high fidelity, and then over time they get scratched up and just get more and more worn out. And then of course we got CDs, and CDs were supposed to be the miracle format that were going to last 1,000,000 years and never lose their integrity or deform or warp, and it turns out they lasted, I don't know, maybe a couple of years. And then they start to melt because they're shit plastic. Alright, I think this is going to be our last one for the evening. Yeah, I don't know. I can get why some people really want and appreciate vinyl, but not for me. I like music. I love music. I'm not so much of a purist or an elitist that I need it to be in the highest possible format with the best hardware. It's like, no, this sounds good. I can appreciate it. That works. I was watching a VOD of someone playing Marathon just because I was curious about how it was looking, and someone was asking, you know, if the streamer drinks espresso, and someone got so fucking snooty about it. That was like, espresso is actual coffee and normal coffee is just like, I don't even remember what they said, but they were like completely dismissive of coffee. I'm like, listen here, you little shit. Normal drip coffee is perfectly fine, and if you're too much of a bitch to appreciate that, that's not my problem. It was so weird. People get so, like, elitist over the most mundane things. Trying to get a cassette player, but can be tricky due to inflation tariffs. Yep, that sure do be the state of it. I hope you can find one that doesn't cost an arm and a leg, but yeah, it's kind of a rough situation right now. That's why I'm trying to get this whole computer thing, this whole computer purchase decision nailed down as soon as I can, because I worry that it's gonna go up in price before much longer. I want to try and get in before that happens. Might already be too late, but we'll see. During today, a lot of younger people are now turning to instant coffee because it's cheaper than Starbucks and doesn't have all the plastic of Keurig. Instant though? Like the kind that you just pour into the cup and stir it? Like you don't drip it. I don't know. Like, I agree on the other 2 points. It's definitely a lot cheaper. And, come on, Kaigo, use your words. And yeah, the plastic of the Keurig cups. So I have a reusable cup, right? I have a little, like it's still plastic, but it has a little like fine metal mesh, and I can pour my own grounds in and use it day after day after day after day. And one of them, I did have to get rid of one of them because after a couple years of use, you know, part of it had cracked, but it was still completely usable. And then the lid eventually, after, you know, opening and closing it so many times, the hinge had broken. So the cap fell off. It was like, okay, I can't use this anymore. True, if you just sweeten it up enough, it'll taste like whatever you want, baby. But yeah, I was able to get years of use out of a single one, and I had replacements because they came in a pack, so it's like, I'm set. There's a good chance that the coffee maker is going to break before these cups run out of use. So, I feel like instant coffee is a little overkill of a solution, but I understand the rationale behind it at the very least. I did appreciate the coffee place that's right near where I live. I was in there one day, I was getting my drink, and one of the customers was talking with 2 of the baristas about espresso machines and, you know, what to get and how to use them and all of that, and, you know, talking about a lot of the same concerns that you're talking about, Standing. You know, reducing costs by making the coffee at home rather than going out and buying coffee all the time. But I appreciated that the baristas didn't like take offense to that or anything, of being like, yeah, I don't really like want to come buy coffee as much, so could you guys like give me some advice on how to not come buy coffee from you? They were actually very supportive of it. You know, spend some time answering his questions and everything. I thought it was very sweet. It could have been very like, well, fuck you too, I guess, but this is one of the things that I appreciate, and I will go to a Starbucks if push comes to shove, but I much prefer going to local coffee places. and sort of seeing what they have on offer. Because a lot of times I like the coffee more. I just feel better like spending the money with a local place rather than spending it with Starbucks. Like, look, I've worked for Starbucks. It's nothing against the people that work there. It's just, I feel like less of the money is sort of disappearing into a corporate hole. So I'm pouring out my tea. Ah! There you go. Nice. Yeah, no, I thought it was very nice of you. Alright, chat. I think that is where we are going to have to call it a night, though. Really happy with how this has come along. I thought the pose was definitely a little bit challenging, right? We definitely sort of bounced around on that for a minute, but I think we landed somewhere good with it. I think a lot of the rendering is coming along very quickly, so I still want to do a few more things. I want to add in some more greebles and some more surface detail. I want to mess with the helmet a lot for sure. But we're definitely in a good spot. I'm definitely happy with the progress so far, so I'm going to save it. I already did save it. Good job, me. And then we're going to see who we can raid. Checking. I don't see Boru online tonight, which is unfortunate. I'm sad and hungry for more art. I'm sorry, there will be more art on Thursday. But unfortunately, I do have work in the morning, so we do need to wrap it up. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for coming by and spending time here. I always appreciate getting to hang out with you guys. I'm glad that things seem to be stabilizing a little bit. Gonna work at Starbucks? It's been a very long time since I worked at Starbucks. I honestly had a pretty good experience with it. I can't really complain. Granted, I was not there for very long, but yes, thank you. Hopefully it'll work soon. Hopefully we can say with more certainty that all this is behind us. I do still want to get the mini PC. I think it'll be a nice tool to have available. Alright, let's see. Who do we want to say hello to tonight? We haven't said hi to Belen recently. Belen is drawing a new PNG tuber for somebody. Might be for herself. That sounds fun. Do we want to go do that? Why don't we go say hi to Belen? I'm just double checking what's going. I'm just opening the stream to check. We're gonna do an artsy raid tonight. I'm very happy with how quickly these drawings are coming along. I feel like we're knocking them out very effectively. It gives me a sense of satisfaction. It feels like we're really getting somewhere. I feel like a lot of times, I can get very sort of like caught up in the details and just kind of sit for a long time and slowly massage work, and then I kind of feel like, oh, I'm not getting stuff done. So it's kind of nice to be like, oh yeah, if we want to, we can knock out a drawing in just like 2 or 3 streams. And it is more a matter of preference than what I am actually capable or incapable of doing. You know what I mean? Alright, let's go ahead and get the raid rolling. Let's go ahead and get it set up. Yeah, it's been a while since we said hi to Belle. Alright, There's the raid bus. Everybody on board. Thank you guys. Thank you as always for hanging out and making the streams what they are. Making them so fun. Good start to the week. Good start to the week. So we got 2 more of these. Unfortunately, so 1, we gotta finish this and then possibly get started on a Star Wars Day drawing. Again, with the way that these are going, I'm more confident that we can actually finish this and then start on the Star Wars piece and have that ready for May 4th. There is a possibility, though I do need to come up with a slightly simpler subject than what I think I had in mind before. So we'll see about that one. What? The game dev stuff is still going to be paused for a little bit longer. Jar Jar? Absolutely fucking not. Never in a billion years. Come back in 1,000,000,001. I might have changed my mind by then. But yeah, the game dev stuff is going to be paused until I'm 100% with the computer. So 1 or 2 more weeks, but we'll get back to it soon. But I hope to see you guys all on Thursday. We'll wrap up this drawing for Boru and see where we get with the next art piece. But until then, I hope everyone has a really good midweek. We're out of time. I'll see you next time. Bye, guys. Bye.